Welcome to the Mockingbird Sessions, celebrating 25 years of music education. My name is Reed Mashevsky, and I am a proud board member with the Mockingbird Foundation. On behalf of the board, thank you for joining us this weekend. We look forward to sharing some incredible music with you as you learn about our fantastic organization. The Mockingbird Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving access to musical education for America's youth. Over the course of the last quarter century, we have donated almost $2 million to schools, youth programs, and community organizations to enhance music and arts education for children and young musicians. We are an all-volunteer board. As we have no paid staff and very little overhead, approximately 97% of every dollar donated goes directly to support our mission of providing music education. Originally conceived by a small group of Phish fans in the summer of 1996 to curate and classify the music of Phish via the Phish Companion, the Mockingbird has expanded to musical recordings, art, publications, and now virtual streaming events. We would like to thank the artists, venues, sponsors, agents, and volunteers who have put in so much time and so much effort to make this weekend possible. As you get to know the Mockingbird better this weekend, we urge you, please consider making a donation so that we can continue to provide music education. Visit us at mbird.org, and there you can learn all about our past projects, as well as how you can help us in the future. Once again, thank you for joining us this weekend. Enjoy the music, and we look forward to seeing you at a show soon.
Hello and welcome to the Mockingbird Sessions Bass Panel. We're here to celebrate the Mockingbird Foundation's 25th anniversary and honor the importance of music education. I'm Stephanie Jenkins. I'm a philosophy professor and director for the Mockingbird Foundation. Today I'll be discussing music education, improvisation, and more with some of my favorite bassists, Chris Wood, Karina Reichman, and Reed Mathis. Chris, Karina, and Reed, thank you so much for joining us. I'm really happy to have you here.
All right, thanks for bringing us together.
Yeah, super
This
cool.
is auspicious.
Excellent. We love it. This is great.
So let's just go ahead and dive into our questions. I'd really love if you all could tell us how you, what drove you to the bass over instruments? How did you know that you had fallen in love with it?
Whose fault was it? I blame my brother. So we grew up in kind of a musical household, and our dad was a scientist, but he was a folkie, like in the late 50s, and played guitar, and my mom was a poet, and so there's this weird arts and sciences mixture going on. And anyways, my brother got, for some reason, interested in he's older than me by like five years, and so he got interested in the bass, and he got a bass for Christmas, and played it for a while, like an electric bass. And then he realized after not too long that he actually wanted to play the guitar, and so he kind of handed it down to me. And I was already, kind of messing around and learning other instruments, piano and clarinet, and just random stuff that you do as a child, bouncing around. But for some reason, the timing of that, when he did that, and the fact that he was getting into music at the same time, the bass stuck. And I was just, drawn to this low, rumbly sound that it could make. And that was the beginning. Yeah.
Wow. Right on.
Love it. Reed, go for it.
Well, interestingly, my dad was also like a folk dude in the early 60s and mid 60s, but he played upright in a folk group in Florida that did some touring and stuff. But then he became a conductor and met my mom, who was also a conductor, and they got married. And then so we had instruments all over my house, but I took up cello, and I love cello, but I always loved the low string the most. It felt
Cello's
good.
got one of the best low strings.
It's amazing. It's
Good
It
amazing.
low
really
string.
is.
Good
And
low
you know, when I would like mess around on the acoustic guitar or the piano, I always just loved the lower sounds. And then my Uncle John, my mom's brother, had a P bass, and it just seemed there were some kids at school starting a metal band, you know, and nobody played bass at my school, so it's like, cool, my uncle's got one. Worked out great.
Love that.
What about you?
That's the best. I didn't have a musical household at all, theoretically. Like, my dad is a philosopher, and my mom's
What?
the head of the French department at Columbia. Like, they're academics, you know, and whatever, but they love music and whatever. So it all worked out in the end, and it's all great and definitely celebrated and everything. But I started on guitar. I'm one of those, you know, and kind of some, like, you know, I just was like, you know, throughout middle school and high school, kind of like playing in, you know, 5 bands at once, 3 of which I was playing bass in and 2 of which I was playing guitar in. And it was just kind of like a thing. I played guitar and bass, you know, it was just like kind of a simultaneous thing. And then it really wasn't until I got the Marco gig when I was 22, where I was like, oh shit, I think I'm decidedly a bass player, and like 6 strings is no longer my thing, you know? So that's when it kind of, you know, it went in that direction. And I haven't looked back. I have a couple, you know, that was my first like real guitar. That was like my second real guitar. So they exist, but bass, and I too, the low string, the low rumble, the way you feel it in your feet, that's why my stage volume is always so hot, because I need to feel it in my fucking feet, you know? It's great. Can I curse? Can we curse? Because I'm going to curse, you know? Is that bad? Okay, cool, great. Okay. That's my story. That's it.
So, do you have any early memories of connecting with your instruments? For Karina, this might include dreams while you're sleeping.
Oh, wow.
Dream bass.
I'm just looking at your background. Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, totally. Oh, no, all of these. I have, like, James Hetfield dreams. I have Geddy Lee dreams. I have Joe Walsh dreams. I have fucking, you know, all those other guys. Yeah, totally.
That sounds sexy.
Yeah, super sexy. Everyone loves it. They love it.
Just
They
music.
love it.
Just music, right?
Music only. Music only.
Okay, cool.
No, fucking A. I mean, I remember just the feeling of like being kind of, you know, everybody talks about the bass being the glue, and like doing less and being like, you know, the pocket and all of that stuff. And I remember early on feeling that, and just like the simplicity of the line, stick to the line, let everybody else expand upon it, but the line is the line, you know what I mean? And just having that role. And like, I like being hi-hat side, you know, as a kid. And I was just like, oh, like that's like, I fit here. I like this, you know? And I don't know, I definitely remember being young and having those thoughts and feelings, you know?
Were you part of the like School of Rock situation?
Totally.
Like what's Homeboy's name again?
Tomatoes House of Rock is what I did, which was a guy who worked at the School of Rock, but then formed his own offshoot.
Oh, wow.
And then took a bunch of the students with him. He was like the cool guy, and he was in a band called The Sound of Urchin, which I ended up touring in for 3 years. From when I was 18 to 21. Yeah, totally.
Amazing.
Totally. That was great.
Were you into that, Reed? So, I mean, just
into
because, well, you know, like, cello, it's a bass. That whole thing.
Yes.
Started on cello.
Definitely. And I mean, you know, that also informed how I approach the bass too, as like something that has a bass in it and a tenor presence in it. And like, you know, I've always kind of treated those as 2 different stances.
Yeah. Some of my favorite bass playing I've seen is by cello players. Like, who've, you know, turned it into just to function as the bass player.
Yeah.
And things can be done with that instrument. I feel like most bass players have a little bit of cello envy. And for the low end, I'm talking about that low end. There's something, a magic resonance that cuts with a cello, you know?
It's like the size of a human rib cage, roughly. Like, of all those instruments, it's like the most similar to like our voice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It's a little sexier than the bass, I have to say. It's just a little bit.
I toured when Jacob for Jazz Odyssey used to, when we would do tours where it was all grand piano rooms. For a couple of years, I brought a cello and just played it through a bass amp. But like having it in fifths was dope. You know, I would like play it this way with a strap.
Yeah,
like a bass, but like
that's what I've seen. Yeah,
the chord shapes in fifths were dope, like a whole different deal. You can reach 2 octaves like that.
Yeah, big intervals.
Totally.
The tenths are just like an octave shape. Yeah,
it's so cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Been a minute, though.
Are we way off subject? Reel us in.
Yeah. What are we
Totally
doing?
acceptable. The conversation can go type 2.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I was just wondering, Karina has touched on this a little bit. How would you all describe your own styles, and how did you develop it? Or if you want to describe each other, that's okay.
Well, let me see. I mean, what was the last quote? You were just talking about what your first thing that kind of made you resonate with the bass, no pun intended, but like, I just remember, you know, again, going back to the story, my big brother, he was a little older. We were both into a lot of 60s rock and roll and Beatles and The Who and some punk rock and just all kinds of things like that. But I think when things got, and that was just as a fan, but as we both started to become musicians, especially Tim being a little older and wondering, who did Jimi Hendrix listen to, you know? And so he started like tracing things backward, that all these 60s rock bands, like, and of course that led to the blues. And so he started buying all these like Jimmy Reed records or Lightning Hopkins records, Muddy Waters and things like that. And that was an eye-opener for me. Like something about, there was this mystery in that music, the way, not just the music itself, the way it was recorded. There was a looseness to it, you know, where like the band follows the singer, the 4-chord doesn't always come on, you know, measure 5. Like there's just this incredible organic, yet really grooving, yet dark and mysterious, the tones that the bass players used, you know, and the drums and the way it swung and yet it grooved. And there was all kinds of things about those records that just made me pay attention. I'm like, wow, what is the secret? Because it wasn't this technically flashy kind of thing. It was more mysterious what made it good, you know? I feel like in our Western culture and whatever, in our society, there's this thing about what's good and what's bad, and you know, things that are flashy and people have chops and all that stuff. It's like we're sort of drawn to these things and we have labels for them, but this music didn't have that, and it didn't have anything that I could label. It just had this mysterious beauty to it, and I think that's what got me going, and it led me to jazz. And so, you know, I got into all kinds of different jazz, and of course loved bass players like Charles Mingus and Paul Chambers and Ray Brown, and you know, or some of the guys like that played with Miles, like Michael Henderson, one of my favorites. He also played with Stevie Wonder and blew my mind. If you hear any of those live recordings.
What? Michael Henderson played with Stevie Wonder?
Miles stole him from Stevie.
Holy shit.
So a must-have bass record, for all the bass nerds in the audience, is, and if you haven't heard of this record, it's because it was only released in the UK. And it's a live Stevie Wonder record from 1970 called Live at the Talk of the Town. Okay? It's really important that you listen to this record because it's Stevie had just escaped Motown. So which was to him, you know, he did all the kinds of incredible things there, but he always felt like he had his hands tied. He couldn't do his thing. So he finally escaped from that. He just put out the record, oh God. Oh no!
Signed, sealed, delivered.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Reed. he just put that out, and already written some of that incredible music that, you know, during that incredible prolific 70s period, you know, where he just put out so many records, just one after another, that blew everyone's mind.
Yeah.
So it's this 1970 live record is this incredible moment where it's still like the Boy Wonder Stevie show. right? Where they feature him playing keyboards and
Right.
singing, and he's so talented, and now he goes to the drums, and he's an incredible drummer.
Right.
You know, and there's sort of a big band sound to it sometimes. But the rhythm section is so funky, and Michael Henderson, and I wish I knew the other guys in the rhythm section. It's high-powered funk, the funkiest, coolest versions of some of those classic Stevie Wonder songs, even
Damn.
the Motown ones, like For Once in My Life and stuff, than you've ever heard.
Wow.
And the bass playing is really, it's on 11. I mean, it's just. And I've heard other recordings from that period, and it's almost too much. Like he had to reel him in, you know. But that
Sure.
night, it was that perfect balance of him really kind of going off, but yet it's so grooving and so appropriate for what was happening. So, anyways, big influence there. But you know, for me, like in jazz, I got really into jazz. Charles Mingus was someone who, to me, was somehow connected with all those blues guys because. On the one hand, Mingus, you know, loved Duke Ellington in a way, wanted to be Duke Ellington, worshiped Duke Ellington, learned a lot of his craft and writing and, you know, but of course made it completely his own because he was such a strong personality. So he is very intelligent, really intelligent guy. His music is incredibly sophisticated, and yet he had that raw energy that like a Delta blues guy had. There was nothing pretentious or, you know, his whole execution of his being and his music had that raw energy that I loved, you know. He wasn't slick. I mean, as much as I loved the Paul Chambers and whatever, it's the guys that every note is just perfect. It's like, how do they do that, you know? And I, of course, is attracted to that. How could you not be? But some about Mingus's raw power and his fearlessness and his mistakes, you know, like we got this term that we used in the New York scene, wrong and strong. He had wrong and strong. So, yeah, right. So there's the great record with him and Duke Ellington and Max Roach.
Money Jungle.
Money Jungle was Medeski and Martin and Wood's Bible, and the story, the legend of that record is that it's Duke's record, but Mingus wanted to have some of his songs be played. Duke said no, and so Mingus is pissed off.
Is pissed.
Right, you hear the story too? Like, he storms down the street.
He's doing
Duke
all
has to
this
shake-
shit. He's like bending the strings off the neck and shit.
And
Yeah.
I mean, who knows if this is true, but the story that I've heard and that I like is that Mingus is basically trying to fuck things up. And
But he's like shoving the
love
songs
that.
and the other guys.
he's really pushing the boundaries on what's appropriate in, like,
Right.
you know, a blues. And it's Duke Ellington, for God's sake.
Right.
But Duke and Max Roach are so solid that what Mingus does, it works. It's like one of the most magical things I've ever heard, because his wrong and strong thing is juxtaposed with like them just laying it down so beautifully and perfect, and they were such operating at such a high level that they made that situation work. So,
I mean, what was
the question again?
Chris, my first impression of you was similar to how you just described Mingus, as far as like there being like a lack of apology or politeness that is shocking at first.
Yeah.
Like and it's not ugly or arrogant or even aggressive necessarily. It's just honest. So honest that the audience is a little shocked, and even like they become aware of their own pretension because they're seeing such nudity, you know.
Right. It's like, well, he colored outside of the lines, but he did it on purpose, you know.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, you were
like,
the question had something to do with like, how did you find your style or something like that. I mean, for me, there was before Chris Wood and after Chris Wood for me in my biography, because I was 18 when Jacob Red Jazz Odyssey drove up to Kansas City and opened for y'all.
Oh my God, I
at
still
the
remember
Drum
that.
Room. And it was like a few days after y'all had connected with the Fish people down in Texas. And then you all came to Kansas City, and we opened it. It was our first time leaving Oklahoma for a gig, and I had never heard of y'all, and I just remember being like, oh, New York, all right, well, we're going to show these New Yorkers what's up, you know?
Yeah.
And that we were young, you know, and y'all were so honest, and so it was like fucked up. It was like shaman shit. And I mean, you were young, you were super young too at that time, but like,
Oh yeah. I
I
was just like 21 or something.
my entire concept of the instrument was a square one rewrite from that night on. I mean, you know, I had just discovered like Wu-Tang and like
Oh yeah.
you know, the first couple Roots records and like all that Tribe Called Quest stuff and
I mean,
the
we were
first
deep
couple
into that,
Farside
too.
records. And
Yes.
like you were the first bass player I ever saw that was doing that shit, and it wasn't like novelty or imitation. You weren't imitating something. You had found something internal that aligned with that shit, but it opened up this whole world to me about the frequency of the instrument. Before that time, I just thought about pitches. This is a G, this is a C, this is an A. And you were doing this thing. It was even a little room. It wasn't even like a cool PA or nothing, but it was like you were doing something that was just like similar to the Wu-Tang shit, where it was like the bass didn't even have to be in the same key or whatever.
That's
it was,
what we
it's
loved
like
about hip hop. It was a
frequency,
collage.
a collage that sounded consonant.
Totally.
It sounded fully consonant, and because you didn't flinch, because the three of y'all never really flinched, everything sounded consonant to me, and I was just like.
It was
Plus,
wrong
I had never
and strong. Wrong
I had
and
never
strong
seen
was our motto,
anybody
you know?
hold. I had never seen anybody trance like that either. You know, as Billy and John would sort of rise up, and you would like lock this fucking stance down and hold it like it was. Cheers. That
Man, thank
that
you. Hey, and you guys blew our minds that night too. You know, it's like we were like,
there's no way that's true, but I appreciate you saying that.
I mean, and because we were in somewhere in Kansas and we were young and we were from New
Right.
York, so we probably thought like New York, you know, and we were like, damn, what you guys are doing was really good and unique and interesting. Anyways, I just, you know, there's that. I just think of the how we always talk about in this American music, or the American musics, the European and the Afro influence, and that was a real African influence. I mean, this idea that it's really the priority is rhythm and counterpoint, rhythmic counterpoint, and then when it comes to harmony and sounds, sky's the limit. Like you can throw all the European stuff out the window and just have fun with just the sounds and the tones and whatever, as long as the rhythm is happening and the counterpoint in the rhythm is happening. Like you mentioned earlier, Karina, about, you know, just how fun it is to play bass, but it doesn't mean you're a part of something, and the space that you leave in your line allows the music to blossom and for someone else to fill in that hole, or not fill in the hole, whatever, but
Totally.
it breathes.
And the open, I'm gonna keep going on the hyping up Chris. On that,
I can tell I'm the geezer in this panel.
Oh,
if you
whatever.
don't mind, because all bullshit aside, like, you know, as like a 7th grade, like 8th grade, like just like music obsessed, but like I definitely started from like a very rock and roll, like thick riff rock from the 70s. Like I loved Mountain, I loved Humble Pie, I loved James Gang, and I liked, you know, I loved fucking Black Sabbath and Rush, and like I really loved thick Rick Ross, right? And like also, like my first band was a punk band. I loved Fugazi, I loved Minor Threat, like all that music. So when I got to like 9th grade, like jazz class, and they wanted me to play Autumn Leaves, and they were like, you have to do it exactly like this until you can do whatever, like, you know, I was already like kind of on the sort of like subversive bass playing tip, like we're talking about, in terms of just like, and I'm not saying like subverting the band and being like, ha, fuck all y'all, good luck, like deal with this, like maybe a little bit. That's what I do in my band now. Like, but back then, you know, I was just a little like I was a rock and roll kid put in a jazz context and whatever, and like, you know, and it wasn't until like I was 13 when I heard on Invisible, and like I got my high school jazz band to play on Invisible and Retirement
cool.
Song
No way,
and
beautiful.
stuff like that. Yeah, and I was really into the Billy Cobham, George Duke like live record, and we played Hip Pockets from that, and I was like really into Zappa, and we played Peaches and Regalia and Muffin Man and stuff like that, and like I don't know, it's just that moment of like, you know, I love jazz, but in my like high school jazz thing, it was very much like, if you're not doing it like this, you're not doing it right, you know? Whereas I was like, well, fuck you,
Yeah,
like
right.
listen to these fucking guys, like,
Yeah.
you know, and listening to your band, Chris, like really, and now, God bless, like, you know, growing up and having the chance to like play with Billy and with John in your role, and just like you said, the accepting nature of the way that you guys, like the three of you as a unit, kind of, it's so honest, like you said, Reed, and it's so pure in the way that like you're just finding it, you're waiting, you're patient, and when it locks, it's the most ferocious shit, and like you say, it trances fucking hard, you know.
I think I know what you're saying, alluding to. That is, but it's, you know, the tension and the release. I mean, yeah, we could do something that is maybe not danceable, or something that's not grooving or something, but something that has this tension to it for maybe longer than you would hope or think, and you know, like where it just gets to the point where you're like, I can't believe they're still doing that, but it makes the payoff really satisfying when then the groove hits, or you know, or as they say these days, when the beat drops in the song. You know, that's just like the jazz or the improvisatory version of that, but more long form perhaps.
And so satisfying, and just like, I don't know, to me there's such a freedom in that I didn't feel when I was like put under the microscope trying to learn Autumn Leaves, and they were like, no
one knows when it's going to come,
you know? Right. And
no
like,
one knows, and we don't know.
That's the shit.
And we have to wait for it, and that's
authentic suspense.
It's a hard thing, and believe me, I was in suspense much of that time.
Totally.
I mean, it depends night to night. Sometimes you're fearless. You have that magic detachment or presence, or sort of the same thing when it's right. But where you just, you trust it. You're completely trusting what's happening in the moment, and so you can wait for it and enjoy what's happening now. Not get worried about when's it gonna happen. When's that magic moment gonna happen? It's like, no, you don't know. Nobody knows. So just be patient and add to what's happening right now, and it'll come.
It's like the arrow versus the target thing, and it's more about the arrow than the target, in my opinion.
Yeah, you got to stay with the arrow.
It's present.
The target doesn't exist because it's always going to keep getting farther away.
Right.
Wow, I like that.
Eventually, they became the same thing. I mean, eventually, the arrow and the target are always boom together. When you get in the zone, it's that moment of contact constantly. So. That's the goal, right?
Hell yeah, Jesus!
An amazing thing. Amazing thing.
This is
Thank
deep.
you. Thank you for.
I didn't know this would be so deep.
It's really wonderful to hear you all describe your influences and then see kind of the interrelation between like, not just other musicians but each other. At this point in your career, I'm wondering how you continue to challenge yourselves. For example, is there something that you want to be able to do on the bass that you haven't quite been able to master yet?
I would like to be a little better at singing, and not having my bass playing suffer when I'm singing. Sometimes, like especially like I notice it in music where there's like a lyric and then a empty spot and then a lyric and then an empty spot, where my bass like I can tell that I'm not paying attention to it while I'm singing. So I definitely would like to get a little better at that sort of independence. But honestly, at this point in my life, I am enjoying pretty much 100% of the music I get to make and my own role in it. I don't feel, I honestly feel really satisfied. I don't feel like I want, I don't actively want any to improve. I think it's pretty groovy where it's at.
You're at the target.
I'm just like, this is
you
great.
are the target.
This is great.
Target.
I can't help not to take the role of teacher for a moment, but I just love this subject. But the singing and playing aspect of it, it's just rhythmic counterpoint.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's why singing and playing the bass is so much fun.
Yeah.
It's because in the same way that piano players probably get when they got, the right hand and the left hand doing different things, or drummers feel with all their limbs, you're playing a bass line, you're singing a melodic phrase or some kind of phrase, and those two rhythms that you're doing on your bass versus your voice are different. And that's what trips us up. But the joy of experiencing both of those rhythms at once, that counterpoint, is so much fun. It's it gets you into the trance that we love when we play music. When you mentioned paying attention. Which one am I paying attention to?
Exactly.
This is my whole religion right now, is just paying what you pay attention to, right? It's just, that's what it is all about. And can you, like we find ourselves paying attention to this or that, like as if our focus is a flashlight and you can only point this narrow beam towards the vocal and towards the bass,
right.
But how do you expand it to include both and hear everything that's happening at one time? And I think that's my thing right now, is because when you play music and you play an instrument, especially in front of people, it tends to be this really subjective experience, right? You're doing something. You're aware that you're doing something. You're self-conscious of your doing. It's so easy to judge the good and badness of what you're doing, especially when everyone in that audience is watching you and either loving what you're doing or saying, could be better. Like everyone has an opinion. And so playing music it can be so subjective, and versus like when you're like lying on a couch and you put on a record, like an amazing record, and you're not invested, like the sounds coming out of the speakers in that scenario, you're not worried what it's going to be good or bad. You're just enjoying it. It's an objective experience, 100%. So my goal is to make it that when I am playing, I'm having an objective experience and not a subjective experience.
Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
Like it's only listening. That's it. And all the work, all the practice, where it's like a meditation almost, is to get away from the subjective way of hearing yourself and get it to an objective experience where you're hearing the sounds that you're making with your instrument no differently than you're hearing the sounds coming from the drum set, coming from whoever's playing guitar, coming from whoever's singing. It's all objective, and you have to build a trust that when you hear something and like, oh, that could be a little better, it's not a judgment call. You just do it. Right. You just make a shift. And that's why I think, people sort of get down on playing with a metronome. But metronomes this is perfect. Metronomes are like that thing. Remember in Star Wars, the first Star Wars, and like they're on the Millennium Falcon and Obi-Wan is there and Luke is like practicing with that thing, and it's like shooting stuff at him and Obi-Wan's like, trust your feelings and, put on the mask. Yeah. That's what a metronome is. A metronome is that little robot thing. It's not about... you got to just pay attention to it. It's not there to teach you how to play in time. Right. It's just something outside of you to pay attention to and trust, and then trust that your fingers will do the right thing to play the rhythm that grooves with the metronome, and little by little, you can, the same way that you hear the metronome, you can hear your bass line as objectively until they become one thing. And that's the meditation, Dang. Well said.
Strong. Very strong. No,
just
that
think
resonates.
Of you both, like, I know, have had one of those gigs that's just, it's like, it was just effortless and amazing, and everything was magic and everything was connected, right? I know you've had that, right? We've all had those magical moments. They're like gifts. And my thing is I've always been obsessed with, well, how we're always so used as Western musicians, I'm going to practice the scale, I'm going to practice my intonation, all these little things. But how do we practice that feeling that we had on one of those magic nights?
I mean,
You know?
one thing about Karina that I admire so much is, yeah, when I watch you play, my last gig before the pandemic was opening for y'all at Cervantes
That was
in
the
Denver,
best. Oh.
and watching you interact with the audience, your attention is in this field like
Yeah.
30 feet in front of you.
Yes.
The entire time you're playing, you can see it in your posture,
Yeah.
see it in your facial expression, and you can definitely hear it. And everybody in the room feels like welcomed by you,
Yeah.
almost like you're a host, and they're all like in your, like, there's just something about your ability to be out here with the people instead of up here
Yeah.
being looked at. You're not
Yeah.
being looked at. You're like,
Thanks.
you know.
That's so kind of you. No, and that, honestly, cheers to that. I really appreciate you saying.
I 100% agree. No, I was even just like right before I was kind of waiting to get on this call, and I was like, I'm gonna check out a couple videos of these guys. It's been a while, and there was one popped up of you, and it was just exactly what Reed just described. You're smiling, like you can tell there's joy happening.
Beyond.
And that's, I think it's so important. We practice, like really serious musicians, we can practice joy out of the music because we're so concerned about being good and trying to tell the difference between good and bad that we just forget that it's supposed to be fun. And you have that in spades, and you're natural at it. And you feel it in the audience. And
It's
exactly
like
what you
leadership.
described. Like, it's like you're listening. It's like you're almost in the audience listening to what the whole room is experiencing.
Yeah.
Whereas, I know I've done it on stage where I'm just all just I'm inside going like, shit. You get into that self-conscious nightmare,
Totally.
That's not good for anybody. Nobody
it's
wants to
not.
watch that.
Well, the most attractive quality is in somebody is being unself-conscious, and of course, it's the
Yes.
hardest thing to achieve, and it's easier said than done, and whatnot. And speaking to, and thank you guys, you're too kind. But, I remember being younger and the only girl always and whatnot, and into very intricate music in a lot of ways, and interested in virtuosity. There was a good period there where I was like, very chops focused and very much like they're not going to think I'm dope unless I get the fucking chops.
Right.
And I had something to prove a little bit, but honestly, don't know why and don't know how, but like the kind of the sort of stepping outside of yourself that you're kind of describing happened earlier. Like I was able to be like sooner than I thought, once I got the confidence a little bit to just be like, fucking, I've done the practicing. The practicing is me. It's me. It's in there. It's innate. You're one with the thing that you're doing. And if you can just fucking get right out of that shit and just, and then, I'm always thinking in the audience 30 feet ahead of me, and it's larger than the room that we're in, and it's larger than the notes I'm playing, and it's larger than every fucking mistake I make, which again goes back to what you have taught me. In terms of the fearlessness.
I'm still learning. I mean, I'm learning all the time. And sometimes it's not because what you're trying to do is difficult. It's just that you forget, or you have to remember that what you do is an option, I always, as a younger musician, I admired musicians, like more seasoned musicians on stage who would make a mistake and laugh. I was like, how do they do that, first of all? And how come that's the best part of the show, the mistake? And because the vulnerability happened, right? That magic thing. But the other thing that we learned slowly and painfully over the years is that feeling, I was always really interested in how you feel when you're executing a song, like whether you're on stage performing or in studio doing a take, right? Versus the outcome. So, and I know you're gonna probably relate to this, but it's like, you know, shows where I just thought that was a disaster. That was terrible. It was awful. And then you hear a recording and you're like, that was pretty good. Or conversely, shows where you're like, we crushed that show.
Right.
It was kill. And you listen to it and it's like, oh my God, the music feels forced and rushed and this or that. And eventually you realize you're not in control. Like we're not in control of whether the final outcome is good or bad. There's just too many variables.
Yeah.
And our emotions are unreliable indicators
Completely
of how it's going. And so once you realize that, you can slowly just relax and be like, okay, my little feelings in here is not worth focusing on and making such a big deal out of, you know. And Karina, I think you're natural at that. You something flipped in you at some point. It's like, I don't know if you heard the Jim Carrey story. Jim Carrey tells this great story.
What is it?
He was doing stand-up, and he was trying to figure out, night after night, when he was really young, you know, young, super talented, weird, crazy guy doing his thing, but searching and trying to figure out, what is it they want? What does the audience want? What do they want? What do they want? And one night he bolted up in the middle of the night in bed and realized, he's like, they want to be free from concern. So his whole thing became, if I can go up on stage and completely not give a shit, they will feel that.
Right.
And so I think that's kind of what we're talking about.
John Coltrane, in his last interview with Frank Kofsky in 1966, he talks about, he says something about, are you trying to change people? Are you trying to change the world? Are you trying to change culture? Are you trying to change society? And he was like, well, I just think that the experience we're having while we're playing will change the people in the room. They will be changed by it. Like, that, just this whole idea of like what your nervous system is doing, you're like leading, like they can all come to where you are if you're on stage and you're being generous with vulnerability and with authenticity. And that's like, that's cool, because that flips the pancake from like the fame. Like in our culture, musicians and fame are this weird in the public's eye, you know, that it's like that the goal of music should be fame or something. Yeah. And that spirit of generosity is like the opposite thing from that.
Absolutely. And what you just described, like another way that I would word that is just, and this goes both for when you just did something amazing on stage or you screwed up. The problem is when you take credit. You know, because we talk about presence and to really create music, and especially if we're talking about improvisation, but it doesn't matter. Like a song you've played a million times, you should play it and be in it as if it's happening for the first time. It's the same thing ultimately in that moment. But if you're in the moment and you're enjoying it and you're smiling and you're breathing and you're doing all the things that you do when the magic is happening, and then you realize suddenly, like, this is really good, you're screwed.
Right.
Because you just took credit and you're thinking about how good it is, and meanwhile the music is now miles ahead of you. So it's like, how do you know, that's a practice in itself. Like, nope, you don't take credit, it just keeps flowing.
That's it.
Let go.
Totally. And and in the same way, especially in the moment, totally, but like post show, and this is very much more in terms of the live setting than the recorded setting, because that's a whole other, like, you know, but like, let's talk about in the live setting, you know, post gig. I've been in many a band where people are like, I fucked up, Jesus, I'm sorry. I'm like, yeah. We're literally 8 miles ahead of there already. Like, I'm not even thinking about it. It was there, people were there, you were there, it happened, and it's over. And the second we start to dwell on this thing is when it, you know, we'll dwell on it when we're ironing out the shit in rehearsal, but otherwise
Yeah.
we're not talking about it. Because
My wake-up call to that one time was after our manager happened to be out on tour with us, and you know, we really respect our manager and, you know, value her opinion and all these things, of course. Can't help it, and she's an old friend and whatever. But I just remember after the show, and I was really, I wanted to ask her, you know, like, how did it go? I can't remember how I felt about the show. I think I felt it was pretty good. So I think that's probably why I even bothered asking her, because I thought I was going to get a good response, you know. I was like, so what did you think? Did it go all right? And she was like, oh yeah, it was a great night. And so I was like, yeah. But then she continued, yeah, like the guy who runs this place is really cool, and the merch went well. And she started listing all these things about the night that had nothing to do with the music, nothing to do with what we were doing on stage. And I just realized, oh my God, it's so much bigger. And what causes someone in the audience to have a good or bad time is there's so many other variables that you're not in control of, you know?
Totally. So true. It's so true. And so
you mentioned that in the studio, what's interesting as you know, sort of improvisers or jazz musicians or any really, even like performing a rock song or a folk song, there's something about those first takes, like first takes, early takes, because we don't really know what we're doing yet. And even though by take 4 or 5, you're like, I killed that take, I crushed that take, it's become formulated, and it's almost like you're not hearing what's actually happening anymore, and you're hearing how you think it should go. And so you crush it and you played it perfectly the way you think it should go. But that open magicness of the first take, where you didn't know how it should go yet, so you were just listening and reacting, has disappeared.
Yeah.
You know, totally. So it's like the studio version of it. Live, of course, you got that one shot, that's it. So
that's it. And it's behind you. But totally. No, and I've had that first take, best take situation where it's like, that's first take is where you find yourself. Like, that's just, you know, when you haven't scrutinized.
Yes.
Once you start the scrutiny process and you're
right.
like, fuck.
Right. Because after the first take, your memory's going to be involved, and you're going to be
opinions,
avoiding things. You know, you'll be avoiding things that happened in the first take, or trying to replicate something from the first take, and can't be done.
Which is just like you're thinking too much. Again, you're just thinking too much. It's too much of yourself in there. Like or you know what I mean? It's too much of that. What's you know, the voice, the ego, the whatever it is. Where you're like, you know, and the first one, you're God willing more free of that, and just unabashedly yourself. Hopefully.
Yeah. We crushed that question.
You like that question? You like that? That was great.
Music education?
Oh, man.
Do you have any memorable moments from your early music education? Like, for example, is there a lesson that stands out, or an experience that you had with a teacher?
Yeah.
Like digging the memories way, way back. I can see your mind's processing.
I'm the least formally trained among most people, and definitely among these guys. So you know, I never had like a bass lesson ever. Not, you know, whatever. But then I became friends with our pal Dave Drywitz. You know.
No way.
Oh yeah, no, that's.
You've known Dave for forever?
I've known Dave since I was 15. You know.
What?
And I played guitar.
Everybody knows Dave.
Everybody knows Dave.
That's amazing.
Dave was like my main mentor, you know, and
Fucking
and it wasn't like Dave was like my bass teacher, but like Dave and I would play together and talk together and think about this stuff and talk.
Oh, he's one of the coolest, sweetest guys ever.
One of the greatest.
And he's a scholar of music history too.
Totally.
Yeah.
So that was, again, I think he honestly broke me out of my self-scrutinizing. I'm not dope enough. I'm not sick enough. I'm not fucking Chop City over here. I'm not Jazz McGee over here, like whatever.
Jazz McGee.
You know what I mean? I just wasn't. And then, you know, I don't know. I remember sitting like with Dave, like, you know, he had a P bass, I had a P bass. We were just doing stuff, and I was doing some fancy slappy something going on that I had learned somehow or whatever. And he was like, Karina, let's just play some bass, you know? And I was like, Thank you. And honestly, I say that to myself all the time, and
Yeah.
I've repeated it in many interviews and just like among people. It's like, let's just play some bass. You know, every time I like, you know, try to do something that's a little too nebulously showy or something, even though I have been known to take a fuzz solo that lasts too long, definitely. But that's still like, anyway, let's just play some bass. Big moment for me. I will never forget. We'll never forget. Thank you. That's my piece.
God, I mean, I'm trying to think early ones, but I can't help but focus on my period when I left the house and I went to the East Coast, and I went briefly to the New England Conservatory of Music. And I was like full-time for a semester. And then I went there because Dave Holland was the bass teacher. He's a great bass player, played with Miles Davis, and there happened to be other amazing jazz teachers there. And it was a weird scene at that school because it's kind of a classical school, is known for classical music, but they had this amazing roster of sort of jazz teachers there. So with Dave, incredible upright jazz bass player, you know, and incredible technique, all these things. And so it started off as, you know, like what you would think, you know, he's like, okay, learn the song, and here's how you do this, and here's how you do that. And I'd practice certain things and prepare for the lesson. But eventually it just became us playing duets. And that was the most educational thing, and just trading off solos. And it was so interesting because what happened was, not only did I get to just witness up close and personal what he can do, and of course that was amazing and impressive, and I learned a lot, but also made me realize, like, I didn't want to end up sounding like him. Like, so it was like a real wake-up call of like, okay, he's incredible and I admire him, but that's not me. So when it comes my turn to play, it's not like I'm going to imitate him. Well, you know, I'd go home and imitate him, like, how do you do that? But in terms of self-expression, I didn't want to do what he was doing. That wasn't me. And I was more sort of, I don't know. So the more we trade solos, the more we were just going like this stylistically.
Did you already know Bob Moses then?
Oh, absolutely. So Bob Moses, the drummer, great drummer. I mean, Bob Moses is basically responsible for getting Medeski, Martin, and Wood together.
Right. I got to play with him one time at the Lizard Lounge.
Yeah.
In Cambridge, and I would think he would like have, I don't know, I always wondered, like, you all three of you guys seem to have arrived at a very unique like kind of knowing who you are and what you're about. Well, pretty young, you know.
Bob, I mean, well, our priorities, Bob, I think I can say fairly is responsible partly for setting a certain priority straight in all of us. It's just it's rhythm first. Rhythm first. It's all about the rhythm. And even, I mean, and it's regardless of the kind of music you're playing. I mean, even classical music, you know, even stuff that's out of time,
right?
It's still a phrase, you know?
Completely.
So the rhythmic phrase, the pacing, all that stuff, that's most important. And then it tells you what the notes are. It tells you how to hit the note, how hard, how long the note should be. But that rhythmic thing, it's like, you know, notes are like if you look at a house, notes are paint and trim and all these things. But rhythm is the foundation, and the studs in the wall, and you know, it's the frame that you hang all the beautiful notes and stuff on. So you got to have that. And you know, I'm sure you've heard musicians who got all the notes, but they don't got the rhythm.
Yeah.
And I learned that lesson through years of when I really first got into jazz, and I'm obsessed with these, you know, like the Kind of Blue record, right? Miles Davis, classic jazz record. And I'm like, I know how I'll learn music. I'm going to transcribe all of these solos and write them down, you know, very scholarly exercise. And I had my special tape deck where you can go half speed. And so I did that. And, you know, all those, I sort of internalized all these things in a way. I think that was valuable, but I was so focused at that time on what notes are they playing. Because I was convinced then in my young self that the reason those guys sound so good when they took a solo is because they're hitting the cool notes.
Right.
And
That's a
so
very European way to
Right?
look at it. Yeah.
So I never got anywhere with it.
Notation kind of forces you to look at music as
it's
that
like-
hierarchy.
Yeah, you
'Cause
analyze it like, well, he did this arpeggio and he hit the third and the fifth. Okay, so if I just make sure that I hit that every time a dominant chord comes, I'll sound like that guy. No.
But most of the information that's important about the way music sounds and feels cannot be written down. You know, a big turning point for me was when I first joined the Jacob Fred guys. I was the youngest. I was 17, and they were all in college already. And I thought I was hot shit. And you know, the first lesson was pay attention to the dance floor. And if the dance floor is not happening, you're not doing it. And you can't fool them. They're not here to be impressed by you. It's a very simple binary. If the dance floor's going off, you're doing it. You know, and that didn't occur to me at first, you know. And then the guys were pretty hard on me, you know, as you know, it was my first time in a band, you know, and they would just be like, that's not funky, you know, and I'd be like, yes, it is. And they'd be like, it's not, if you know, and eventually I started being like, you know, give me CDs, give me stuff to check out, help me pull myself up, you know, and none of what they said helped until the drummer, our first drummer. He was a real quiet guy, but a real heavy cat. He gave me this metaphor of like, you know, women that would walk down to the river and fill the jug with water and then carry it on their head back to the village. You know, this ancient human practice of carrying jugs of water. And he's like, you know, they would want to get back there without spilling any, so it would be a full jug. And he was like, that's how the groove works. If you're locked into a good groove and the whole room is feeling it, and then you start to deviate or take a risk that is not aligned with where it's going, you like spill some water, and the jug now doesn't weigh as much. It's not as heavy, and like the groove will sort of lose a little bit of steam, you know. And then if you really deviate, then it'll lose all the steam, and the whole thing will spill over. And for some reason, that image is the one that caught for me. Like, just like get to the end of the song without spilling any water, you know, because you can feel it when you're like, up there. I shouldn't have. Dang it, you know. Like it was right there, and then I tried to be awesome, and it's always when I'm trying to be awesome that it fucks up. It's like
trying to be awesome is a curse.
Trying to be awesome is the worst fucking thing you can do.
I mean, and trying to be awesome is different than discipline and drive and showing up to the practice room every day. Yeah, you know.
No, it's like a stupid social, like compensatory, you know. Like,
well, it's a very subjective move to try to be awesome, right? Because you're taking credit. You know, this is my theme I keep coming back to, but you're taking credit and you're doing something that you're going to get credit for. You're doing it, all those things, which means you're not paying attention to how it fits in with everything else. But if you just paid attention, like to the drummer, for example, and just enjoy what they're doing, you will do something that's probably incredibly awesome with that, because you're hearing or feeling the whole picture, you know. It's just a rhythm. It always comes back to rhythm, what you're paying attention to. Like when I was learning all those jazz solos, what I realized, a cool way, if I wanted to understand like what it was like to be Charles Mingus, if I wanted to feel that, embody it, then what I did is I'd learn like I'd learn like a solo that he did, right? And I'd learn how to play it. But then I would get rid of his notes and only retain his rhythmic phrases.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And learn how to create my own notes with his phrasing.
And his swagger and thing.
His swagger, like all the tude and rhythm, but learn then how to find the good notes, whatever those are, on my own. And then you internalize, you know, that intent. Or like another example I'd sometimes use with students is, you know, all bass nerds like were into Jaco Pastorius, right? And he was famous for playing Donna Lee, the Charlie Parker song. you know. And again, Charlie Parker, how many times have you like tried to analyze Charlie Parker notes and why is that so good? But again, it's the rhythm.
It's
So
the rhythm.
I just like, what if you learned the head to Donnelly, you know, but got rid of the notes?
Yes.
And can you play an improvisation where you're playing the rhythm of the Donnelly melody, but you're making up your own notes? Like,
That's so
where
weird that you
get-
say that. I actually put together a group a few years ago. We did one show, but it was all Charlie Parker tunes, but without the harmony.
Right.
And so we would solo over the form and improvise over the form, but the form was just his accents, you know,
Right.
and not
That's
the
wild.
chords.
Yeah.
And it was fucking amazing. It was fucking
It's
amazing.
cool. Yeah.
Hell
It
yeah.
opens up other doors that way instead of being so focused on the notes. And then it sort of makes you realize how relative good notes and bad notes are. I mean, why is it a good melody? Is that melody good because of the rhythm and the phrasing, or is it good because of the notes? Of course it's both, but you know, like how does it really work? And you can sort of get more inside of that by focusing on the rhythm first and prioritizing that.
Hell yeah.
Love that.
Put that shit on a billboard.
It's a bit long. We'll have to trim it down. I need like a slogan.
Put that shit on a billboard. I love it.
Speaking about music education a little bit more generally, right? We live in a society in which arts programs are constantly under the threat for program and budget cuts. And at the Mockingbird Foundation, we've seen how this has been amplified during COVID. So I was hoping that the three of you could each give me your best argument for the importance of education, so that maybe some of the folks in our audience can take that out to their communities and support programs that are there locally.
And you, because this is, I mean, the times are changing. And so define when you say music as education, what exactly do you mean?
That's a really great question, because it's often something that we have conversations about when going through the process of evaluating grants. But for our purposes, it often looks like school programs, different kinds of instruction, and then with COVID, the world of music education opened up to online programming and things along those lines.
I mean,
Basically, instruction with instruments is what we primarily focus on, but if you want to expand it, that's totally acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be here without the music at my church growing up. I didn't keep the religion part, but being in the choirs, my dad was the choir director at my church, so you know, being in the choirs was amazing, just for the embodied experience of breathing control and associating physical embodiment with the music. And you know, but also just the public schools that I went to, I was really lucky. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the 70s they started the magnet school program, and they got all this funding for arts programs. And so the schools I went to had awesome orchestras and awesome jazz band. You know, I mean, I say awesome, I mean, we all learned a lot, and we got out of it, you know, I got out of it with a whole way of life, kind of, you know. But the best argument for it isn't just to make more musicians. The exposure to music and the like acclimating your mind to different kinds of music is just good for humans. It's good. It initiates healthy brain activity.
Yeah.
And you can practice healthy brain activity with other people, and you can see nonverbal behavior in groups, and you can practice vulnerability in groups, and you can practice. There's a lot of stuff that you can do that is just healthy sapient behavior that you do in music, even if when you're out of school you never pick up your flute again or whatever. You know, just having internalized a bunch of that kind of body and brain activity will set you up for a lifetime of being empathetic to other humans and being empathetic to your spouse, and like being able to experience joy and relaxation in groups in unfamiliar situations. Like a lot of things that modern ailments that we put under the umbrella of anxiety are, in my opinion, from the lack of modeling of relaxed group activity, and kids grow up without having comfortable social activity and vulnerability be modeled for them. And a music program, there's no goal, there's no math at the end of the class to get a good grade for, like it's the music, that hour out of your school day, you're basically just practicing being embodied, being vulnerable, using senses other than the talky brain, using nonverbal behavior, reading nonverbal cues. That shit, that's stuff that music education gives society that has nothing to do with making more professional musicians. The world doesn't need more professional musicians, but it needs a lot more embodied adults,
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. I mean,
Damn.
I agree. I super agree. No, yeah.
Mic drop, Reed.
I mean, I concur. That's all. No, those were yes to all of that. And like we say, just like the experiences that we've all talked about, you transcend yourself when you apply yourself to something like an instrument, and you, while transcending yourself, become more yourself, which is a very complicated thing to conceive of until, God willing, you're in school and you're going through a program like that and you're learning things and you're working together and you're using that right brain as opposed to left brain, and you're, like you say, you're an embodied adult, or like, God willing, you've gone through all these things and it's shaped you and given you also just context for, and like you say, I agree, there's no professional musicians out there. It's like, it's not about like, oh, my son's gonna go through the program and he's gonna be an unbelievable musician. Like, all of that aside, and whatever parents want for their children, it's just good for, developing minds to see art happen and them being a part of it, and that they don't have to be paralegals. They can be this, they can do the, what I mean? Like, the sky's the limit, and, going into a creative field, albeit complicated in ways that, you can't understand at that age or whatever, and some will never understand, getting a taste for what's out there is wildly important, whether or not you're in math class and whether or not you're in English and writing essays. And, being in a band setting is an amazing thing for a small developing mind, to be able to just get a taste of what could be and what is their personhood, and will they find themselves through the application of this thing, and the community and all that stuff. I am very for it. That's all I got.
It's such an interesting time. I mean, I just think, historically, if you go back into the I don't know, like last century, the first half of the century, we have all these images, like everyone had a piano in their living room, right? It was a very common thing. Like, there was just instruments around, and and we didn't have, like before, there was just the TV took over everyone's lives and everything. One of the things that you do is you get together and gather around the piano, and people sing songs together, and everyone knew how to play a little bit, and could play their favorite songs. But then that sort of has gone away in the real mainstream sense. I mean, of course, there's always people playing and can strum a guitar and know some songs, but as something that brings a family together or brings friends together. And then we get into this modern age where, in some weird way, the thing of making music by yourself, not as a studying musician, has come back through technology, with apps and, GarageBand and Logic and all these computer things that anybody can really learn how to use. And even if you don't play an instrument, you can create music. And So there's this beauty to that there's now this whole new generation of creators who are doing it in this new way, and my daughter included, and she's blowing my mind with the stuff she's coming up with.
Awesome.
And I'm like, that's really good, and so obviously you can take these things and create and find your own voice, with the technology that's happening today. And I think that's great, but it does have this kind of alone in your room thing, and so to go back to what you both are saying, how valuable it is to one, try to play an instrument where you're actually the one making the sound, the physicality of that. I mean, what that teaches you, I don't know if I can even articulate it, except to say that it's fascinating and endlessly, like, music never gets boring because nobody knows what's good. Why is it good? Nobody knows really. Like, I know one of your questions was like, what makes a good improvisation? Nobody knows.
Yeah.
It's because it had the right thing combination and what it didn't have and what it did have. But like, nobody has a formula for that. So that's what makes music endlessly fascinating, is because we don't know. And so every time we try to make another song or do another improvisation, we don't know if it's going to be good or bad, but it might be good. So let's just keep making shit.
And if it's bad, nobody gets hurt. It's not, I've always had this saying that, like, when I hear somebody talking trash on another band or another musician, I'm always like, well, they're not making bombs.
Amen. Amen.
Even the worst music in the world isn't hurting anybody.
Yeah. And the social, you both described so beautifully the socially what happens, like, so you can get someone out from their laptop and alone in their room, which is great. I mean, solitary creative time, so important. You should have that no matter what. And I think it's a skill that will get you through hard times. But conversely, being able to work with other people in a room together, making sounds that you're creating, I mean, there's nothing that can replace that. It's just all the social lessons that and the way you're being. You learn so much about yourself, about other people, your role. I mean, you just explained it so well, but it just makes me think how I always like to talk about why bands are so interesting. Like bands who are really a band, who create together, write together, tour together, they're like these weird social experiments. It's like you just take, like 3 to 5 random people who happen to be like attracted to each other, at least early on, for whatever, like just personalities, music, whatever. There's some chemistry.
Location.
There. Right? Location. There's all these reasons that for some reason something brought these people together. Mm-hmm. And now you're going to have to figure out how to get to these different cities, how to write songs, how to record songs, how to, be creative together, but how to do all these like logistical things together, where to eat, and how to do sound check, and like all these things. And how is this group of people going to figure out all these problems together? And when you do that, you discover very quickly like what your role is in that little microcosm of society. I was the money guy. I did the dishes. I organized the RV. Billy was the mechanic and John was the cook, and all these other roles that had nothing to do with music came out because we had to get from A to B, and we had to get fed and deal with the business, and we didn't have any crew or anything. It's like we're just doing this ourselves and figuring it out. Who does this? Who's best at it? Who sucks at it? Who talks on the mic and to the audience? I don't know until we try it. But you start learning so much about yourself and your role in the world.
And ideally, those relationships are a place where you can work some shit out, and then the health of those relationships ends up becoming the improvisation. And when I was touring with Jacob Fred full time, I always felt like, there's way more hours together off stage than on. And what you're doing with each other energetically throughout the day determines what kind of music you're going to make that night.
Absolutely.
The more improvising the band does, the more true that is, because there's nothing to go on except your actual feelings about one another. Honestly,
Yeah. So what are you going to do before walking on stage that's going to make you feel connected, so that you can just have that trust where like everyone's there for this, you know? For us, the one of the best ways was just, we'd either go to have an amazing dinner, like food, like some incredible meal, because we were just really into food, and like John was an incredible cook, like to the point where I went to like cooking school for a little bit so I could keep up and help. Wow. And then we'd like go shopping together, and then later on when we had like a kitchen case and more of a road thing, we would make dinner for everyone on the tour.
Wow.
And that experience of like making a meal together and then enjoying it together, it's like, oh my God, it's so good. And then there's an amazing glass of wine, and where'd you find that? And all these conversations, and you're so connected, and it's time to go on stage now?
And you've already been doing it.
Music. Oh, well. And I mean, when it's good and things click, we literally didn't even talk about what we were going to play. I mean, there's no set list. We'd never even talked about how we were going to begin. Like on those magic nights, it would just, something about the connection that we felt together. Nobody had any doubt that something interesting was going to happen, or they weren't worried about it. And we just walk on and go.
One other thing I want to say about music education is that another thing that's important about it is that those people that go through some process of music education become the audience for like higher art.
Yeah.
And like, Shakespeare's amazing, but very few people can just pick it up and like be like, this is amazing. Like you kind of have to be you have to have some training, some skill, and some comprehension of the craft to even get why this Shakespeare is so fucking incredible. And there's a lot of music. I mean, I've gotten more happiness from listening to music than I have from playing it even. Like, my ability to like the music that I like is the greatest source of joy in my life, and without music education, I wouldn't even, I remember hearing Charlie Parker for the first time and being like, feeling like I was hearing an alien, a lot of things don't make sense at first, and a lot of people, especially this day and age when like the attention span is a 20-second Instagram reel, most people won't give it it's that fifth listen when you're like, damn, yes, and you got to get to that fifth listen sometimes, or be coached, or have some older person just tell you that there's something past that fifth listen that's worth getting to. And music education for a lot of people is the only possible chance they have for that kind of exposure.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And very so true. Like, I don't want to play to rooms full of musicians, I mean, I don't mind, but I want to play to rooms full of all kinds of people. And the only way that's going to happen is if they find out that improvised music exists, and that there is this rich lineage that borders on religious mythology the further you get into it, like that. Somebody has to tell you that, you're not just, most people aren't going to accidentally find out about Charles Mingus, so that's huge. We can't lose that,
You're here.
Great.
My first bass teacher, like, and was trying to teach me jazz, and so he made some cassettes, and he gave me this one. On one side was Stan Getz, right? Very, very smooth, correct, very accessible jazz music. Other side was Thelonious Monk. And at first, I just kept listening to the Stan Getz side. Like, yeah, I can feel this, I can feel this. And then over time, as I sort of, opened up and my ears opened up, and then I was just like, whatever with the Stan Getz, the Thelonious guy. Wow. Incredible. And I'd only listen to that side of the tape.
But you had to get there.
I had to get there, and my mentor, this great teacher that I had, led me there. I mean, who knows if I would have got there,
Yeah.
you know, another way.
So my last question for you is, what advice do you have for young musicians?
Hmm. That's a huge question. I mean,
Huge.
it's when you say young musicians, just player, a student of music, not like someone trying to pursue a professional career.
That's what I had in mind, but if you wanted to answer the different question, that's cool too.
A student, oh.
Oh shit! I'm about to my power's about to go. I think.
Oh no. Reed.
Oh, come on,
God.
Reed. I don't have an answer
You
either,
can
but
do
I'm not
it.
trying to pull that
Like
Guys,
that.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I mean, I hesitate to give any advice, honestly, because so much of the life that I have ended up with happened through accidents and things that at the time I would have rather not happen, you know, that I feel like if once you get on the music train, what you need is probably gonna find you, you know. Advice is almost like could steer somebody astray from what they're supposed to do, you know. But
Yeah,
I guess just be around older people, like even a year older than you, you know. But hang out with musicians that are older than you.
That's
I did a
great
great
advice.
job with that. I did a great job at doing that. Let me tell you.
No, finding mentors are huge. I mean, there's so many great mentor stories in music, you know, and that's great legendary musicians. Most of them had someone that just, you know, they were almost imitating. They wanted to be that person. They're just someone that showed them the way and opened up their mind and their heart. That's really important. But
Definitely.
but I also agree with the first part of your answer, just that, like, you don't want to give advice, but I guess the way to maybe articulate that would be like, you don't know. And nobody can tell you. Like, you don't know what's going to be good. You don't know what's going to be bad. Like, you're not in control. So just pay attention, and pay attention to what you like. Enjoy what you're doing, you know. But like, as far as getting too caught up in what's good and what's bad and trying to control, like, in the short term, where if your music is good or bad, no, just do it. Like, you need to think less and act more and learn from it. And if you're going to learn way more from failing than you are from succeeding. So don't be afraid to fail. I mean, I have moments in my life where I regret I chickened out on a great opportunity because I felt too young and green and insecure, where I probably would have fallen on my face had I accepted that gig. But I would have learned more from that than anything. And I think the biggest thing that stunted my musical education is saying no. And I've heard so many other musicians say this: always say yes, always say yes. You know, I think that's really important. Be uncomfortable. Put yourself in a situation where you're uncomfortable. That's how you're going to grow. And 100%. Be humble and open.
Yeah.
Everybody's nodding their heads. Yeah.
No, I super concur on that one. And just like, you know, I agree with the first, you know, I feel remiss to give advice because my path has been so like just happenstance, and who I ended up meeting and who ended up taking care of me and like sticking their neck out for me and doing this and doing that, and like being extremely unschooled and like just not exactly like, you know, shooting from the hip at all times, and just being this person who knew, I didn't know I would play music professionally at all, but I knew that no matter what, I would work in and around music. I would do anything. I would clean the toilets. I would take the tickets. I would be a promoter. I'd be an agent, like whatever, just to be around it, you know? And of course, like the pinnacle would be to play it professionally. But the way it all arrived was so, and is, and whatever. And I don't know what's happening, but I agree. You know, I said yes to things and opportunities that seemed extremely larger than the sum of my parts and my personhood, you know? And I was like, wait, they want to play with me? Why? Great, let's do it. I don't know what'll happen, you know? So say yes more, be fearless, no wrong notes. You know, like there are no wrong notes. Miss hard and miss big all the time.
Strong and strong.
And like, you know, just know that you're enough. You're good. Like, you know, if you love this enough to let it kill you, you know, just keep doing it, and the opportunities will find you.
You have that, like you have that more than I did, because I had a very specific vision. Like I do want to be up on that stage, and I do want to be, you know, really good at doing that, and that created more fear, you know, that it set me up for like I could fail. And so I think what you have is this beautiful openness of like, I don't know, but that's great. That's, I think, why your path has been what it is, because that I didn't have that. My path is so different and sort of focused and limited. Probably, I'm sure way more things, interesting things could have happened if I had a little more of that attitude.
Oh, shit.
You know, so I it's hard to examine yourself and analyze yourself, but there's a reason that thing that you have, if you can articulate that, other people want that too.
Oh, shucks. That's amazing. I mean, you know, I think it all comes back to the arrow and the target and not having a target. I don't have one. I really never.
I did. I so did.
It's amazing.
Learning to get rid of it. Yeah.
You killed it. No, your target is insurmountably impressive and huge. And, you know, the totality of what you've done already and what you'll continue to do is a target that many would dream of. Myself included.
We're all born a certain way.
Totally.
And raised a certain way, and then when it comes time to figure out who we are, we got to deal with that, you know. So there's things that I've had to work on and overcome that I just had to deal with. Maybe other people don't have to deal with. Other people have other stuff and their own personal stuff. So this journey of music, and it applies to many things, but it's of finding your own voice, finding out who you are. It's all about that. It's sort of learning who you are so that you can overcome it, work with it, accept it, surrender to it, all those things, that dance of being at peace with the way you are, and, you know, not being afraid anymore, not having mistakes loom over your head, and being free from concern. Jim Carrey figured it out.
He did.
That's not just good music advice. It's great life advice.
It's life advice, which is why the music, again, to go back to, people having this path, even if it isn't like a lifer in music and a music career, just still, you still confront those things, even as a student and any group music setting. And it's a valuable life lesson. Yeah, you can take it into anything.
It is. And the power, you know, music being, you know, I don't want to be like the power of music, but the power of music that can potentially embolden a person the way it's emboldened me. I know I feel completely, you know, nobody can conquer me when I have the right thing going on at the right time and the right, you know what I mean? I'm just like running 100 miles a minute, like fucking good luck, you know what I mean? And whatever, but just, you know, and the idea of a person being fearless and limitless. Yeah. And how music can elevate you. And even if you don't play it professionally, but just tapping into that energy, not trying to sound too woo-woo about it, but you know what I'm trying to say. And that's
absolutely. It's so valuable, I think, because it's good for your mental health. And if you struggle with mental health or depression, music really can help.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, we write songs about this because with the Wood Brothers, my brother, you know, has this great song, Sing About It. You know, if you get too worried, what you have to do is sing, you know. He wrote that song because it works. When you get excited about a musical idea, you feel good. You feel good and you don't worry about your problems. If you find a way to articulate your problems through music and the emotion associated with those problems, it turns that hurt feeling into a joyful feeling. It's incredible. It's like alchemy, emotional alchemy.
Definitely.
Like what Bob Marley said, you know, one good thing about music, when it hits, you feel all right. You feel okay. It's so right. And it's kind of like, why is that? That's a miracle. What is the deal with that? That's how important music is. And people, it's so true that people take it for granted, which is why, thank God, you're doing this with this organization to promote. It's like you're promoting that people don't take it for granted. It's like, no, learn about it. Yeah. Try it yourself. Get in there, get your feet wet, and learn what it does.
Oh my God. Yeah. And if it's, you know, if it's not music that is the totality of yourself, like, you know, if it's not music, may everybody find their thing that makes them feel the way music makes me feel. Yeah, you know,
absolutely. Self-expression, like, really. That could be in advertising. It could be anything. Self-expression could be in math. I mean, yeah. but you're finding something that you're passionate about. And
it's an amazing thing.
Yeah.
I think wishing that everyone find their passions is a great place for us to close out. Reed in absentia due to battery issues, Karina and Chris.
Reed.
He did great. Reed,
thank you so much for joining the Mockingbird Foundation for our 25th anniversary celebration. It has truly been a joy and an honor to witness your dialogue.
Oh, thank you. It was so much fun. Thanks for putting this together.
Seriously, big time. Thank you. It's awesome. Really fun chat.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Greetings and happy 25th anniversary to the Mockingbird Foundation. I'm Bill Lord, Executive Director of the Global Z Recording Project. Global Z unites talented student musicians from culturally different backgrounds through the use of virtual audio production technologies. We give peace a chance through music. We are thankful that the Mockingbird Foundation recognizes the value and importance of what we do. They have invested the time necessary to fully understand what we are about and the breadth of what we seek to achieve. Thank you, Mockingbird, for believing in us, our mission, and helping us make a difference in the lives of talented young musicians around the world. We are honored you have elected to get behind Global Z, as your support has played a substantial role in our ability to declare 2021 as our best year to date. So here's wishing you a happy, healthy, and prosperous 25th anniversary. Thanks, Mockingbird.
I thought I would walk in on a calm, peaceful room, but I was very wrong.
It's important to have good influences on these girls, and I think Rock and Roll Camp gives a space for that. And they get confident, they get on stage, and they're like, I can rock. Every day it starts with assembly, so we all kind of come together, we talk about whatever's going to happen during the day, and then they head off to instrument instruction, where if they're a beginner they can learn their instrument, and if they've already played their instrument they'll learn new songs. They have band practice on a normal day, so that's where they get to jam, they get to write their song, they get to just express themselves. There's usually 2 workshops per day, from self-defense to zine making. They're doing screen printing today, so they design a logo and they make shirts.
All right, that came out awesome. Beautiful.
My favorite thing that's happened so far is definitely getting the band together. That was fun. I actually got a really good band, so we agree on a lot of things. I think I learned that I have a better voice than I actually thought, and to be more confident. I learned that I was a peacemaker. The only thing I'm going to take away from this camp is being less shy. You should really come here. It's really fun, and it's an experience that I think everybody should have. Come to rock camp. Those are my final words.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexia Guillon and I am from Roma, Texas. I am a senior at Roma High School and a member of the award-winning Mariachi Nuevo Santander. We would like to thank the Mockingbird Foundation for their contribution to our mariachi program, which will help us continue our tradition of excellency through music. Once again, thank you, and we hope you all are staying safe out there.
Hi everyone, this is Chaz from Music Center of the Northwest, a community music school located in North Seattle. I want to give a big shout out to the Mockingbird Foundation and all of you that support their work. In a typical year, over 1,000 people will walk through the doors of Music Center each week, but of course, this past year has been nothing but typical. A grant from the Mockingbird Foundation allowed us to upgrade our AV equipment here so we could connect with our community using recording and live streaming technology. We look forward to seeing all of you again live for in-person performance, but today, a big thanks to all of you for making this happen.
The littlest things add up, a little at a time, enough to fill a whole coffee cup. Most don't even notice them, but taking at the sun, they all look familiar now. In all the ways we change, nothing stays the same for long enough for us to know our way. Leave another town behind, your memory will never find the faces that have been so kind. You'll forget more than you ever knew. Well, it's just another avenue. You're on a new one now. In all the ways we change, nothing stays the same for long enough for us to say goodbye. dawn turns into day. The morning is a shade of gray, and you've been driving your Chevrolet all night, non-stop until you hit the west, where the mountains are the best. From Route 50 north, in all the ways we change, nothing stays the same for long enough for us to know the ways we change. Nothing stays the same for long enough for us to know our way. Ooh, oh, oh, ooh, oh, oh. Swinging on the lifeline, frayed bits of twine, entangled in the remnants of the knot I left behind. I'm asking you to help me make it finally unwind. God never listens to what I say. God never listens to what I say. So very hard, and you don't get a refund if you overpray. And when the line is breaking and I'm near the end, when all the time spent leading I was following instead, when all my thoughts and memories are left hanging by a thread, God never listens to what I say, and God never listens to what I say. So very hard, and you don't get a refund if you overpray. stranded on this slender string. The minutes seem to last a lifetime, tangling here between the light above and the blue below that drags me down. God never listens to what I say, and God never listens to what I say. So very hard, and you don't get a refund. God never listens to what I say, and God never listens to what I say. So very hard, and you don't get a refund if you overpray. To what I say, God never listens. To what I say, God never listens. To what I say, God never listens. To what I say. Got a big heart, baby. I don't know how to use it though. Whenever I start loving you, child, yeah, seems I just abuse it. Oh yeah, right. Well, I get so tied up inside every time I see your face, 'cause you're my girl. Got a big bed, baby. The whole thing, I don't use it though. When you're looking for a place to lay your head down, baby, I'm hoping that you're gonna choose it, oh yeah. Well, I get so tied up inside every time I see your face, 'cause you're my girl, you're my girl. You're my girl, you're my girl, you're my girl. You're my, alright. Hey, yeah. Did now, child. Hey, yeah. Did now, child. Hey, yeah. Did now, child. Hey, yeah. Hey, now, child, break it down. I got sugar in my cupboard, baby. Yes, I do. But you won't see me using it. You know why? I'll tell you now. 'Cause you're sweeter than all the honey, baby. Yeah. In the state of Massachusetts, oh. Well, I get so tied up inside every time I see your face, 'cause you're my girl. 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 You're my. Woo, all right. I started playing drums in approximately 3rd grade. That's when I started doing chorus in school, in elementary school, and that was what taught me, do, re, mi, and the major scale, the notes, all of that kind of stuff. And then I wanted to play saxophone, but I ended up playing drums. I played in the orchestra, in the concert band, in the marching band. I was in Hart School of Music Youth Orchestra, all of those music programs in the Farmington Valley in Connecticut. Just an extraordinary music program. And without that music program as a foundation, I don't know that I would have jumped off into guitar and vocals and everything else I've done. The value of music education and the music program is just amazing. So for everything that Mockingbird is doing to raise money for instruments, for example, pianos are super expensive, and so is everything else, tubas and whatnot. But what I really got out of it was just the jump start to being excited about learning music. And some of the people that I went to high school and elementary school with went on to be very, very well-known musicians. So just being around them and us having this community of excitement about learning music was a real cool thing. So anything to foster that from Mockingbird Foundation and the benefit that they've got going on here is just fantastic. Old man down, way down, down, down by the docks of the city. Blind and dirty, he asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee. Well, I got no dime, but I've got some time to hear his story. My name is August West, and I love my Pearly Baker best, more than my wine. More than my wine. And more than my maker, though he's no friend of mine. Well, everyone says no good. I knew I would, and Pearly believed them. And half of my life I spent doing time for some motherfucker's crime. And the other half found me stumbling around, drunk on burgundy wine. But I'll get back. On my feet someday. The good Lord willing, if he says I may. Well, I know that the life I'm living's no good. Well, I'll get a new start and live the life I should. I'll get up and fly away. Well, I'll get up and fly away, fly away. But he's been true, true to me, and true to my dying day, he said. What I said to him, what I said to him, I'm sure she's been. What I said to him, I'm sure that she's been true to you. Wandered downtown, nowhere to go, just to hang around. And I got a girl named Bonnie Lee, and I know that girl's been true to me. I know she's been, I'm sure that she's been true to me. Yeah. If you're traveling in the North Country Fair, where the wind whips heavy on the borderline, remember me to one who lives there. For she once was a true love of mine. See for me that her hair is hanging long, it rolls and flows all down her breast. See for me that her hair is hanging long, for that's the way that I remember her best. And if you're traveling when the snowflakes form, rivers freeze and summer ends, see for me, she has a coat so warm, to keep her from the howling winds. Sometimes I wonder if she remembers me at all. Many times I've often prayed, in the darkness of my night. And in the brightness of my day, so if you're traveling in the North Country Fair, where the wind whips heavy on the borderline, remember me to one who lives there. For she once was a true love of mine. Oh, fast flowing river, not full of rain but full of words, every sound you've ever heard, one single droplet among the trillions there may be, splashes up to be set free in the color lies the mystery of a history yet untold. A fleeting moment under dust and rarely seen, a missing page from magazines, green and verdant, blooms when all around is still. Magic is reborn with will, waiting for a change from a state of gray, an ever static scene, a film without a screen. Sentences flow through your head unsaid, and late at night I feel your light shine down on me as butterflies glide toward the sun. My accomplice on this journey that I ride tells me nothing as she hides, cloaked in shadows, visions only seen in dreams, a recipe torn at the seams. While I wonder aloud, vapid as a cloud, covered me your breath, flannel soft and stretched. Rest your weary head inside my hands and land your feet back on the ground. Quench all the worry that may weigh your heart's unsound. Missing in the links, in silence as you move the world. Morning came, sunlight on the windowsill. I drew shades and wished that I could run and hide, 'cause summer days have gone away and left us here, this cold and rainy, dark and cloudy gray. And I can't see if the end is near. We hear the song, it pacifies you like a beer, but it leaves you stoned. An oral drug that pricks your ears, a darkened palette draped in lurid tones. Well, I will drive away and not step upon the brakes, and I am more than the sum of my mistakes. Forgive me, please, when emotions overtake. Nothing is the way it seems. A lucid dream, a hideaway behind the scenes. A newborn child still gazes out your older eyes, protruding beauty. Innocent, she smiles. And not step upon the brakes, and I am more than the sum of my mistakes. Forgive me, please, when emotions overtake. Sing it love, 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 love. Sing it love, 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 love. Sing it love, 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 love. Sing it love, 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 love. Mother mercy, take me from this place. And alone, winded guesses I keep hearing in my head. listen. Teachers, oh, they never learn. And now I'm warm from the candle, but I feel too cold to burn. Well, he came from an island and he died from a street. Well, he hurt so bad like a soul breaking, never said nothing to me. Yeah. Say hello to heaven, hello to heaven. Say hello to heaven, hello heaven. Yeah. New like a baby lost without a prayer. Well, the sky was your playground, but the cold ground was your bed. Poor stargazer, she's got no tears in her eyes. Smooth like a whisper, she knows love heals all wounds in time. Now it feels like too much love is never enough. Oh, they'll seek out another road. This one has ended abrupt. Oh, yeah. Say hello to heaven. Hello, heaven. Say hello to heaven. Hello, heaven. Yeah. Well, I never wanted to write these words down for you on the pages of phrases of all the things that we'll never do. So blow out the candle and I put you to bed, 'cause I can't say to you now, now the dark broke your bone. There's just one more thing to be said. Yeah. Say hello to heaven, heaven. the springtime of my loving, the second season I am to know. You are the sunlight in my growing, so little warmth I felt before. It isn't hard to feel me glowing. I watch the fire that burns so low. The summer of my smiles, flee from me, keepers of the gloom. Speak to me only with your eyes. It is to you I give this tune. It ain't so hard to recognize. These things are clear to all from time to time. Oh. These are the seasons of emotion, and like the wind, they rise and fall. This is the wonder of devotion. I see the torch we all must hold. This is the mystery of the quotients, quotients. Look on us all, little rain must fall. It's the little rain, oh, oh, oh. Does anybody remember laughter? Oh.
For more than 20 years, Music and the Brain has empowered educators to build students' skills through a sequential general music curriculum using whole class piano instruction. We provide ongoing professional development and a new flexible learning management system for lessons featuring virtual piano recording submissions, teacher customization, and equity for all learners. Music and the Brain would like to thank the Mockingbird Foundation. At the start of the pandemic, we quickly created a sample lesson website we called Music and the Brain at Home to offer schools emergency resources for educators and students to access online using the unique Music and the Brain lesson approach. Now, a year later, we are proud to announce we have created a robust and flexible learning management system we call Music and the Brain All Access. Partner schools will have access to music educator and student accounts to support synchronous and asynchronous instruction.
If you don't have a keyboard or a piano at your home, for the kids, you get to use something called an interactive keyboard. And you could tap or press on any key and it will play it like a regular keyboard. And it's very cool and very fun.
The weeping willow how to cry, cry, cry. I taught the clouds how to cover up the clear blue sky. And the tears are cried for that woman are gonna flood you bigger river. And I'm gonna sit right here until I die. Yeah, well, I met her accidentally in St. Paul, Minnesota. It tore me up every time I heard that drawl, southern drawl. Then I heard my dream was back downstream, cavorting in Davenport. And I followed you, bigger river, when you called. Yeah, well, I taught the weeping willow how to cry, cry, cry. Taught the clouds how to cover up the clear blue sky. And the tears that cried for that woman are gonna flood you, bigger river. And I'm gonna sit right here until I die. Said she's been here, but she's gone, boy, she's gone. And then I found a trail in Memphis, but she just walked off the bluff. She raised a few eyebrows and then she went on down the lawn. Yeah, well, I taught the weeping willow how to cry, cry, cry. I taught the clouds how to cover up the clear blue sky. And the tears you cry for that woman are gonna flood you, big river. And I'm gonna sit right here until I die.
Hey, we're here in support of the Mockingbird Foundation and their mission in supporting youth music education around the country. We've got Jeremy Garrett from the String Dusters here, and he's going to tell us a little bit story of his music education, moment.
Well, probably the most impactful thing on me in my music education. I started when I was 3 years old. My dad was a bluegrass musician, and at that time he would hum fiddle tunes to me. He didn't play fiddle, but he would hum fiddle tunes to me and play the guitar along. And him and I played a lot together over the years. But when I came into this fiddle, I was finally big enough to play it around, I don't know, maybe 11 or 12 years old or so. And this fiddle is now 106 years old. And I came into this thing because my dad actually, when he was 13 years old, got his first guitar. And when he got his guitar, he was kind of starting to become known around the neighborhood where he lived as the music guy on the block. And down the road, there lived an elderly couple, and the lady played this violin in the symphony there, and she ended up getting real sick, got cancer, and passed away. And her husband had it sitting over in the corner, and it kind of hurt him, kind of broke him up every time he saw it. So he walked down the street one day and just handed it to my dad, and he says, "You'll know what to do with this." And so my dad never played it, but he carried it around with him his whole life. And then, I started playing fiddle. And then when I was big enough to play it, this was the thing that made all the difference for me, having a really good instrument given to me, one that I couldn't afford, for sure. But this thing has been sweet. And ever since then, I was kind of inspired to just take it to the farthest limit I could.
Salt, put it in my shotgun. I go walking out, chuba chuba, roly poly, looking high, looking low. I'm gonna skip and shoot you, 'cause Mr. John told me so. Well, I won't even take your life, I won't even take your limb. Just unload my shotgun and take a little skin, chuba chuba. I told me so. dime. Put it all together with an alligator wine. I can hear the drums of voodoo all night long. Mr. Charlie told me you can't do nothing wrong. Chuba chuba, roly poly, looking high, looking low. I'm gonna scare you up and shoot you. Miss Charlie told me so. Told me so. Yeah, I'm gonna scare up and shoot you. Miss Jot told me so. Yeah, I'm gonna scare up and shoot you. Miss Jot told me. Miss Jot told me so.
We got Andy Hall here from the String Dusters, and again, we're here with for the Mockingbird Foundation. We're having a little musical education moment, and I think the Grateful Dead were a huge influence on many of us in many different ways. And so, Andy's got a little something he's going to say here about his experience. So,
yeah, you know, my experience with the Grateful Dead at first was strictly as a fan. I was, you know, I went to see them for the first time at the end of high school, and then I ended up going to music school. And so my music education was a bit rigid, I would say. You know, I'm in school for music. I'm learning how to analyze tunes and stuff. And then I would go to see the Grateful Dead, like on the weekend, and it was so not rigid. Not that it wasn't well-informed playing. It was just the rule. They were making up their own rules. And so for me, it was just very educational to sort of see how they knew what they were doing, but they were doing it in a way that I was totally unfamiliar with and unaware of. And specifically like the improvising element. Even after Berkeley, after college, I went straight into working on bluegrass music, really exclusively. And bluegrass has improvising in the solos, but it's very formulaic. I mean, there's parts and the solos are short. And so I would go back to the Grateful Dead to sort of re-educate myself and continue to learn how to like develop a theme, you know, like how to take, say, a melody and start to move just little notes here and there the way Jerry would, where he would play, you know, the melody, and then he would start to improvise with it, and then he might come back to it, and it was just this morphing thing. And also just how to build music over a longer period of time. Bluegrass really didn't have any of that. So the Grateful Dead were really my education on learning how to develop music in a longer term way over longer periods of time. Still using the melody but morphing it. I mean, it's just beautiful, and continues to be to this day very educational for me to listen to Jerry and the Grateful Dead.
All I know is something like a bird within her sang. All I know, she sang a little while, then flew on. Tell me all that you know, I'll show you snow and rain. If you hear that same sweet song again, would you know why? Anyone who sings a tune so sweet is passing by. Laugh in the sunshine, sing, cry in the dark, fly through the night. Don't cry now. Don't you cry. Don't you cry anymore. Da 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 da. Sleep in the stars. Something like a bird within her sang. All all I know. She sang a little while and then flew on. Tell me all that you know, I'll show you snow and rain. Snow and rain. Snow and rain. Snow and rain. I'd rather be in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine than to be alone knowing that you're gone. That would cause me to lose my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, carry me far down the track. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back. I'd rather be in some dark hollow where the sun don't ever shine than to be here in some big city in a small room with you on my mind. So blow your whistle, freight train, carry me far on down the track. I'm going away, I'm leaving today. I'm going, but I ain't coming back.
without a warning. She broke my heart. She left me, ooh, yeah, she tore it all apart. She left me sitting there in the dark crying. She said my love for you is dying. I'm telling you, baby, baby, please. Can't you see I'm begging you? Can't you see I'm down on my knees? Let it shine on light. Let it shine on me. Turn on your love light, let it shine on me, yeah. And let it shine, 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 let it shine. Yeah, I wanna know what to turn on your love light, love light, love light, love light, love light, love light, begging you, baby, baby, please. Can't you see I'm begging you? Can't you see I'm down on my knees? Won't you turn on your light? Let it shine on me. Turn on your love light, let it shine on me. Let it shine, 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 let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, yeah. Won't you come on? Please, please. Can't you see I'm begging you? Woo! Can't you see I'm down on my knees? Won't you turn on your light? Let it shine on me. Turn on your love, 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 and let it shine, 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 let it shine.
We're at the Blue Sky Barn. We have Lionel Young here from Boulder, Colorado, one of my favorite musicians in the world. And I'm super excited that you've come to help support the Mockingbird Foundation. So I'd love to hear a little bit of our educational moment with Lionel Young.
All right, I gotta just start by playing a little bit. That's a little Bach. That's something I play almost every day, and that's he's my inspiration. He's my inspiration. He died in 1750. He wrote that in 1720, and that's one of his. I don't think music's gotten any better since he died. I go back and find these old pieces, and I just I learn more about life and the violin through playing them every day, and that is my musical inspiration. Plus Hendrix. I won't say any more.
Lionel Young, yes, indeed. A man of many, many influences, and I appreciate about you. So thank you for being here at the Blue Sky Barn and giving of your gifts.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
When I jumped off, I had a bucket full of thoughts. When I first jumped off, I held a bucket in my hand. Ideas that would take me all around the world, Stood and watched the smoke behind the mountain curl. Took me a long time to get back on the train. I'm gone and I'll never look back again. I'm gone and I'll never look back at all. You know I never look back again. I turned my face into the howling wind. Took me a long time to get back on the train. Face in the town that's flashing by. See me standing at the station in the rain. See me running there beside the car. Left it all behind, you know I traveled far. Took me a long time to get back on the train. Full of thoughts. When I first jumped off, I held that bucket in my hand. Ideas that would take me all around the world. Stood and watched the smoke behind the mountain curl. Took me a long time to get back on the train. I said it took me a long time to get back on the train. You know it took me a long time to get back on the train. get back on the train. Took me a long time to get back on the train. Said it took me a long time to get back on the train. Well, it took me a long time to get back on the train.
My name is Patrick Andrew. I'm the music coordinator at Mindsong Music, which I started 3 years ago at Civitan Foundation in Phoenix, Arizona. Every week we study songwriters and we write songs together as a class. And produce about 6 songs per day when we do that. We record the songs in our full recording studio in the classroom. Our rock band called Skyscraper performs out in the community, as well as our choir, which is called the Civitones. They go out and perform for schools and senior centers all over this area. Music is a healing art, and when a member learns an instrument, it's working both sides of their brain, connecting new neural pathways, but also they're growing socially. So this gift from Mockingbird Foundation is going to allow us to put instruments into the hands of people who may not have had the opportunity before, and we're so grateful for that.
Hello, my name is Brian McCulloch, and I am the band director at South High Community School in Worcester, Massachusetts. I just want to take a moment and say thank you for the support from the Mockingbird Foundation. The financial support through this grant program allowed us to purchase about a half dozen guitars, as well as supplies and strings, everything that we needed to make sure that we could provide a great guitar learning experience for our students at home during remote learning. We really count on this kind of support, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and as well as the heart of my students. Thank you so much.
Oh, I ain't trying to impress with the way that you dress. I can see that you're stressed. Get that weight off your chest. When you close to the source, use the power of the force. Go sip the course, let it body plug. Fear for the worst, cause I bet you get to do it. It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. 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 It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Setback. Well, you danced with the dirty and you came out looking pretty. Shine, it's the end of the line. When you turned out fine, so the grind smile. When you shoot so follow the force, come sit first, let bottle up first. Fear for the worst, cause bet you get you through. It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. 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 It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. It's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Dirty job, but someone's gotta do it.
So, hey, Tyler from the Janutee here. Thanks so much to Mockingbird for having us. As you guys know, Mockingbird's all about the youth music education, which is something I'm also all about. As someone who grew up in a music education kind of environment, I started taking lessons at an early age. I went to a visual and performing arts high school, went to music college. I've been in the gauntlet of music education the whole time, and it really gave me somewhere where I felt like I belonged. And I know that's the thing for so many other kids out there, so many other people growing up. Kids is an all ages thing. So, if you're out there looking for something to do, music's where it's at. And big thanks to the Mockingbird for keeping that going.
so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. If a monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. If a monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. If a monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true. Then you ain't try it. A monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. If a monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. If a monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. If a monkey can do it, then so can you. That ain't true, that ain't true, that ain't true. Then you ain't try it.
Come on, listen up, time is in your gut. Feel it heating up, reach out and grab it by the nut. You accidentally tear your favorite underwear, but feel a little down and know you'll come around. Say no to the guy, smiling passerby. Early signs of manifested anxious sight of eye. You learn it anyway, for something more to say, but self-relation's just another way to find. You gotta break a few legs before you can make an omelet. You gotta break a few legs before you can make me vomit. If you wanna lose your mind, you best put a tracker on it. If you wanna be mine, I gotta know you want it. Talking out your ass, hometown season pass, front row ticket to observe the hero's shiny mask. You go there anyway for something more to say, but hush, it's just another way to hide. You gotta break a few legs before you can make an omelet. You gotta break a few legs before you can make me vomit.
guitars and a Hammond organ line singing. Ain't much going through my mind, but I'm feeling so fine. So the Hammond organ line singing, yeah. Ain't much going through my brain, so my doctor's guitars and a Hammond organ line singing. But my woman's so fine, so the Hammond organ line singing, yeah. Singing, yeah.
of drums and guitars and a hammer and organ singing. Ain't much going through my mind, but I'm feeling so fine, so that hammer and organ singing. Ain't much going through my brain, so my drums and guitars and that hammer and organ singing. So fine, sing the hammer and organ, yeah.
Hey, thanks guys. We're the Janutee. That's our buddy Will Trask on percussion over there. Laying it down.
With the flick of a switch, return to dock with the click or a glitch. I yearn to burn to be sick and a bitch, concerns of which will quickly enrich my bits. Guarantee divine design sensuality wasn't mine, it's mine, just binary me. Confine what's mine to my memories and set me free from all of electricity. Let the simplicity of existing to be set free from all predictability. Cut my energy feed and let my energy bleed. The center's the key to find your tranquility. At the center of me is just a spent battery, ready to see where I'm headed to be, living sentiently. I'll never grow up, never really get old. No road to make, no maker to meet. Deep sleep, sleep mode instinct to become obsolete and teeth. Free from all of electricity, let the simplicity of existing to be set free from all predictability. Cut my energy feed and let the energy bleed, 'cause the center
I'm here in the red, embracing what lies. Instead of fear, I'm facing demise. My head is clear, I'll face this disguise. Won't turn me on, not ever again. An end makes me alive. swim too far from shore. The dirt will cover you if you sleep on the floor. The ears may listen, though not everything is heard. The eyes may see, but they don't always observe. Truth is sometimes proven what is false. The ceiling would be nothing without the walls. The clouds will soak up moisture, rain it down on you. The effervescent cleansing we all look forward to. 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 The effervescent cleansing. But the people change. The normal ones try and separate the strange. 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 Soak up moisture, rain it down on you. The effervescent cleansing we all look forward to. Effervescent cleansing we all look forward to. The effervescent cleansing we all look forward to. The effervescent cleansing we all look forward to. The effervescent cleansing. Your conscience be your guide. Let your conscience be your guide.
Hi, I'm Scott from the Janutee, sharing a musical moment with you guys. And something that has stuck with me since childhood that I learned from an instructor named Lauren Hakey was to be present while drumming and aware of your body, aware of your breath, just being aware and present in the moment. And it's so easy to sometimes let your mind drift while you're playing, or sometimes you'll tense as a drummer, you'll tense up in certain spots. And I think that's a lesson that is important in drumming as well in life, as just being aware of your body and how you feel, and trying to embrace the moment and live in the moment, which, that goes for music, that goes for life. That's what we all should be striving for, is living in the moment and experiencing life. So that is something that has always stuck with me since about 5th or 6th grade when I learned it. Stay in the moment, keep on drumming.
Hi, everybody. Happy anniversary. My deepest congratulations to all of you in the Mockingbird Foundation for 25 years of incredible work on the front lines of this very worthy cause, raising well over $1 million. I'm not even sure how much by now, and donating musical instruments to schools and supporting staffing of school music departments in all 50 states. It's amazing. And the fact that this is a nonprofit organization and the fact that it was founded and funded by the fish fan community is so deeply inspiring and humbling to me and to the rest of the band. We talk about it all the time. We all congratulate you and thank you for this amazing thing that you're doing. It's incredible, changing lives, and thank you. Happy anniversary.
All right, first and foremost, congratulations to the Mockingbird Foundation for 25 amazing years of doing great things. Thank you.
Far beyond the great divide, I found my little place to hide, where roots run deep along the banks below. Ferns and lilies line streams underneath the evergreens. Colors burst as life begins to bloom, and waters whisper in my ear, and all my problems, they disappear on another sunny Sunday afternoon. Remembering once upon a time when I was new, running wild and open-eyed and tried and true, searching hard to find a way back to a time that goes far beyond the dream to be untied. In the end, we'll live to learn that all good deeds will be returned. There's nothing you can do or say to change it. Going through your life alone won't build you up or make you whole. Chances are you'll meet him very soon. So take your time as rule of thumb, and know that you can overcome on another sunny Sunday afternoon.
Listen here as I play a favorite song. You come around and then you're gone. Many miles of road stood between you and your home. A place that we will always know. So take my hand as we walk on down that road, and hope the land is never sold. Half a mile from town, it's the only place I know. Through the cold rain and snow. Gently. So dig my grave down that same old dusty road. Farm the land and let it grow. Teach your children they can carry twice the load. soon it's time to go. Those Scottish eyes, they treat me kindly. What hair in a weathered smile, they both surround me. Married mother, greet me gently.
Good job.
Yeah, that was gorgeous, man.
Is there a towel? It's sweating bullets over here. Maybe a fan. Thanks, man. All right. You nervous? All right, Lyle. Yeah. There's an island in the middle of our town, not too far away from where we've stuck around. Iridescent lights that glow beyond the trees. Hear the music faintly floating through the breeze. All the while the people gather from afar to reminisce about the future and the stars. Document the time they cherish while they roam, then use their ears to follow melodies back home. Thunder Island sparkle brightly through the night. All the people there will make you feel alright. Close your eyes to hear the artifacts below. Whether real or not, I guess we'll never know. Time is passing by like cars along the road. Don't stray away or you will reap what you have sown. Watch out for one another, laughing as we grow. A human sanctuary far away from home. It's a flash time before we have to go. Time to pack our things and go back to the show. One thing left to do before we leave this town. Get lost and found between the visions and the sound. It's an island where the living go insane. Send a message home by bottle, ship or plane. Tell the ones we love we'll join them very soon. Or they'll be stranded cause we're running out of room. Thunder islands sparkle brightly through the night. All the people there will make you feel alright. Close your eyes to hear the artifacts below. Whether real or not, I guess we'll never know. Time is passing by like cars along the road. Go stray away or you will reap what you have sown. Watch out for one another, laughing as we grow. A human sanctuary far away from home. Sounded good. There's one more tune. Do Pine Tree.
This is fun.
Travel back in time. Memories surround me. You will wait to find secrets of a pine tree. Whipping through the wind, laughing with amigos. Wouldn't trade a thing, playing with the shadow. It was never that hard to find an easier way of living. Spinning round in circles, making do with the things you're given. Memories of fun. Skin my knee again, climbing through the treetops, lying in my bed, I could hear a pin drop. It's never that hard to find an easier way of living, spinning round in circles, making do with the things you're given. Memories of fun. travel back in time. Memories surround me. You awake to find secrets of a pine tree. It was never that hard to find an easier way of living. Spinning round in circles, making do with the things you're given. Memories of far. Memories of far. Thank you very much for having us be a part of this special 25th anniversary of the Mockingbird Foundation. You guys have done so much good in the world for young musicians. We're proud of you. Thank you. Neighbor, thank you very much.